welcome. Today is September 4th. The time now is about 3:02 p.m. For the benefit of the record, this regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education is called to order. Daru, we will have roll call.
Trustee Valdez,
Here.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Barkey, here. Trustee Williams,
Present.
Trustee Sparks. Here.
Very good. May I have a motion for the adoption of today's meeting?
So moved. Second.
Motion a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. May I have a motion for the approval of the minutes from the August 7th meeting?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Any changes? Barring that there's none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so at this point, we do have a time certain, and the board will be going into recess because we have a closed session to conduct a student appeal hearing. You may shut the door. Okay, yeah. Good evening, and welcome to the continuation of the Orange County Board of Education. We have been in assembly here since 3 p.m. We've had closed session, we've had inter-district transfers, and we welcome you here. And because today was a very tragic day, I'm going to ask for a moment of silence for Barrow County in Georgia. There was a shooting at Appalachia High School there, and if we just bow our heads and just take a moment of reflection upon its significance. Thank you. As is protocol and typical fashion, the Orange County Board of Education begins our meetings with an invocation. We have at our pleasure local community pastor from Taft Avenue Community Church, Pastor Craig Hill.
Thank you for having me. Let's bow together. Our great God, we begin this meeting by coming in a posture of humility, as we already have, recognizing that the many things we have to be thankful for in our lives and in this community are a result ultimately of your graciousness to us. Thank you. We pray for board members Valdez, Barkey, Williams, Shaw, and Sparks, that they would love what is true, what is beautiful, and what is good, and that their decisions would promote student thriving in our schools. Grant them the wisdom necessary to make the decisions they must. We also pray for our students as they navigate the many challenges of learning and growing up in our digital and distracted age. We particularly pray for the families affected by the recent shooting. We have many things on our minds as we come into this chamber, and we're reminded of the political divides that exist in our communities and perhaps even in this room. And we come to ask you to open our eyes to the humanity of our rivals and build in us a compassion for each other that transcends politics. Finally, we ask you, our great God, that we might honor you today in this chamber as we pause to recognize the overwhelming value of each student, each parent, each teacher, each administrator in the County of Orange, and that comments from tonight's contributors and board members would honor the inherent human dignity of every person here today, regardless of their position on any matter. And I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. At this point, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would like, let me encourage you to stand. We're going to have our good community leader, Al Frank, lead us in the pledge.
There is no greater honor than what I'm going to be doing. So I would ask that you please place your hands on your heart. Those that are veterans, salute. And we begin again our pledge to the flag we love. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
And as we continue with our meeting, we usually have introductions. Good Superintendent Hendrick, any introductions?
We have none today.
Very good. Public comments. We have, I believe, 7, and typically we give 30 minutes. So you will all get your full 3 minutes today. And we're going to have Vice President Barkey give out who will be speaking first, and then the person who will be next in the lineup.
The first one is Charles Kelly, and following Charles is Abriana.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
All right. I was expecting 2 minutes, not 3. It's going to be quick, though. My name is Charles Kelly. I'm a teacher. I'm a day school teacher in the Access program for the Orange County Department of Education. I've been a day class teacher for the last 27 years, since 1997. Something called the Healthy Kids Survey comes out every year. It originates in the California Department of Education. I refused to give it to my students this last year when I was asked to, because within the first 5 questions, they were asked to identify their sexual preferences as well as their gender identity. I think it's incredibly inappropriate to ask an 11, 12, 13-year-old child at school, do you identify as straight, gay, bi, etc.? Do you identify as a man, a woman, transgender, non-binary, etc.? That's one. My big issue here today is concerns with the Department of Education in the last year and a half since Mayor Montez has come in and taken over. I've never been to one of these before. I've just mind my own business. I'm in the trenches being a teacher doing my thing. In the last year and a half, he's made changes to our program. We've always been a 2-semester program, 6-month semesters. For frame of reference, if you're in a regular district school, you can earn 60 credits in 1 full school year. Access program has always had 2 semesters. You can earn 50 in one max out, 50 in another, so you could get 100 in a year. He's turned us into a quarter system now, saying that we can award 30 a quarter, 60 a semester, which would equate to 120 credits, 2 full years of school in 1 year, which is absurd. There's a school in Santa Ana called the Reach Academy, which is a credit mill, which apparently Mr. Mayor Montes wants to turn us into. I've received 2 students within the last 2 months that came to me from Reach Academy. They earned 0 credits their freshman year. They went to Reach Academy, and in that 1 year, they earned 120 credits. One of those kids, in 1 year, he passed a year of algebra, a year of geometry. When I met him on his first day, I established he didn't know his times tables. So frame of reference for that. Big issue, hiring spree. The last year and a half, the county in Access has hired more people than I've ever seen, specifically upper management level. So frame of reference. 5 years ago, I'd love to hear the student to staff ratios. 5 years ago, Access had 3 areas. We had 3 principals and their administrative staffs, which served 2,383 kids. That breaks down to 1 principal and administrative staff per 794 kids. Right now this year, we have 8 areas with 8 principals to serve 1,102 children, which breaks down to each principal and his or her administrative staff is serving 157 children. I find it hard to believe as a taxpayer that this is fiscally responsible or financially viable, and it just seems like somebody is a kid in a candy store spending all kinds of money at the Orange County Department of Ed and the Access program. And I'm probably under 3 because I was expecting 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. After Aubriana is, bless you, is Judy.
Good evening. My name is Aubrey. I'm a lifelong resident of Orange County and a graduate of Yorba Linda High School. Last month, on August 7th, this Board of Trustees unanimously voted in favor of a resolution that would oppose Assembly Bill 1955, Support Academic Futures and Educators for Today's Youth Act. This bill would prohibit educators from informing a child's parent of any changes to their gender, sexuality, or name. I ask of those who've opposed this bill, how many of you have spoken to a child, teen, or young adult who is queer in the past 30 days? How many conversations have you had face-to-face with a teen who is transgender? Have you reached out to nonprofit organizations, libraries, archives, or any public entity apart from streaming services or social media to ask questions, understand, or talk to queer youth at all? Can you even recognize grammatically what purpose a pronoun serves? You call us groomers, pedophiles, and communists, but you don't even know the first honest thing about us. You exclude our experiences from our own curriculum. You choose not to reason, reflect, or ask us questions out of willful ignorance. That's not common sense. This is why AB 1955 exists, to shield kids from adults who would bully their own children. There's a simple reason why some kids are more comfortable at school than at home, the same reason they might lie to you about anything. We don't feel safe around you. We don't trust you. And that's not the fault of some government conspiracy. It's just you and the environment you create. Don't wait for your child to come out to show them you love them no matter what. Listen to your kids to know what they're going through. This emotional ignorance is not just an Orange County issue. This is happening silently to queer kids all over the country. We all want to belong to a family, so make your kids feel welcomed and accepted for who they are telling you they are, or you will end up waiting for a chance to reconnect with them that never comes. Choose to make our futures loving. Thank you.
Thank you. After Judy, we have Heidi.
So I was only expecting 1 minute. So I get to add that I appreciate the pastor's words about being able to use what is true in your decision making and concern for human dignity. I'm here to speak about the ethnic studies curriculum, which the staff will be developing. I want to encourage the Orange County Department of Education staff to design their curriculum for ethnic studies using the state's model curriculum, which focuses on 4 traditional pillars of ethnic studies. Those are African Americans, Latino, Chicano, Native American, and Asian American Pacific Islander studies. Examining these 4 disciplines allows students to learn about America's historically marginalized people. I want to discourage the staff from using other ethnic groups in their curriculum because there are too many opportunities there to foster hate, to introduce bias, and to promote bigotry and discrimination. In addition, examination of some of these other ethnic groups can easily cross the boundaries, promoting or undermining religious doctrine, something which is expressly prohibited by AB 101. Thank you.
Thank you. After Heidi is Deborah.
Okay, mine's actually really short. Okay, hi. I'm an educational specialist at Suncoast Prep Academy, as the board members all know. As official representative and voice for Suncoast Prep Academy, affectionately known as SPA, our staff would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for continued support of our non-classroom-based charter school. As members of the board are aware, if it was not for your vote in our favor, we would have lost our charter. We are now capping enrollment at 1,200 students with a waiting list. We are calling this year our transformative year. We're offering many opportunities for community involvement and networking as a virtual family. Along with our engaging community platform app, virtual classes, field trips, our recent summer beach days, we also offer an entrepreneur class as well as an on-location film class and an adventures in science and nature where families will embark on many outdoor adventures throughout the state, all courtesy of yours truly. Stay tuned for more exciting experiences that we have planned for the school year. And thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you, Heidi. Deborah, following Deborah is Karen.
Hi, I'm Deborah Cam. I'm a longtime Orange County resident. I'm a parent and I'm a special education advocate. I'm very concerned that many school districts in Orange County are not really keeping the public in the loop regarding major financial decisions that affect all taxpayers, whether or not they even have children in the schools. In looking at the contingent liabilities on the budget, I've noticed that some things seem to be missing. Contingent liabilities are what school districts are required to report, and that includes identifying any known or contingent liabilities from financial or program audits, state compliance reviews, litigation, etc., that may impact the budget. So as an example, many of you know that Irvine Unified School District was profiled in the Wall Street Journal in February for spending over $1 million on attorneys to sue one child with a disability. That case went on for 6 years without any board approvals of the litigation. So the public was actually blindsided by reading that national news story. The district was also ordered by the courts to pay $400,000 just in the parents' attorney fees. So that's $1.5 million on one case of litigation that the public really didn't know about until the Wall Street Journal article. To my knowledge, that litigation was never reported in the contingent liability section of their budget. And for some reason, a lot of school districts seem to think that special education litigation is exempt from all of these public notifications, such as the Brown Act, and it is not. The public needs to know about this litigation because we're the ones who are funding all of this. Now, I will say that since that instance, Irvine Unified has created a new policy to make sure that they are alerted to all instances of litigation so that those decisions are not being made by unelected employees and the law firms who themselves are benefiting by the litigation. So I hope that there will be some more focus on that area of the budgets of the contingent liabilities so that the public is really notified of any of these potential cases that could cost us millions and millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. After Karen is our last speaker, Amy.
Good evening, dear esteemed board members. And first of all, thank you. Thank you for your unwavering support of our children. our schools, and most importantly, our educational system. Thanks also for your unabashed support of the Jewish people in the State of Israel. I stand before you this evening to offer my help, our help, in redefining the ethnic studies curriculum in our schools, as Judy so clearly highlighted. Last week, I attended a board meeting in Santa Ana. We were there to beg them to not renew an ethnic studies contract from an organization called Zito. The founder of Zito, who has been teaching our teachers how to teach, posts hateful, anti-Israel rhetoric and bigoted remarks about Jewish people all over his social media. It's a veritable training ground for a classic course in anti-Semitism, accusing Jews of controlling the United States. Keep in mind, there's already a lawsuit for anti-Semitism against Santa Ana Unified. This same individual demonstrates a complete ahistoric perspective on current events. He calls Maduro's election in Venezuela a right-wing coup, refers to countries with free healthcare and education, welfare states. He promotes violence, sharing reels when he applauded protesters in Mexico burning an Israeli embassy, and so forth. But this is not at all surprising. This same gentleman has been found guilty of 3 domestic violence charges in Arizona. And this is who we have teaching our teachers and our children. Was there a background check? If I was a female teacher, I would be terrified. How in heaven's name do we allow this in 2024? Professional codes of ethics and policies in some school districts, such as 6144 in Santa Ana, requires that all sides of controversial issues are impartially presented with appropriate and adequate factual information without promoting any partisan point of view. Teachers are there to help students separate fact from opinion. They're meant to teach them how to think critically and not impart an ideology. They should teach them how to judge sufficiency of data that supports conclusions. The ethnic studies program in our state teaches nothing but partisanship, and to take wild, out-of-context assumptions based on social media hallucinations as fact. The curriculum framework is a static oppressed versus oppressor where the only way out is to fight, to become resistance warriors. They are socializing our students to become soldiers. They do not encourage discourse or learning. They encourage violence and victimhood. In defiance of state and federal law, the curriculum encourages discrimination of teachers and students based on race, religion, national ancestry, and colors. It is a complete inversion of American values. Our nation is already divided. Stop the Marxist ideologies and pedagogical indoctrination of our children. We need to restore decency into our educational system for the sake of our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy? Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Good evening, and thank you, Your Honorable Board, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Amy Buck. It's great to see some of you again. We've had the opportunity to work in the past, so thank you for this chance to be here today. I am commenting today on the resolution that addresses ethnic studies. I appreciate that the proposed resolution opposes the inclusion of the liberated ethnic studies curriculum, as some of my colleagues have spoken about before. The guardrails that were established by AB 331 help to assure that any curriculum is consistent with the existing education code, which is to be appropriate for use with pupils of all races, religions, genders, sexual orientations, and diverse ethnic cultural backgrounds. So we want to make sure, of course, that that guardrail is upheld. We also want to make sure that the guardrail that whatever curriculum does not reflect or promote directly or indirectly any bias, bigotry, discrimination against any person, group of persons on the basis of any category, and to not teach or promote religious doctrine. I'm concerned that the liberated ethnic studies curriculum has problematic language about Jews in Israel. So while I'm pleased to see that this is called out in the resolution, I wanted to be here today to let you know that I appreciate seeing it there. I always think it's important to give public comment to say thank you, and that I hope it won't change over time. As you heard from Karen, in the recent days, Santa Ana Unified approved a contract with liberated ethnic studies consultants who have overt anti-Semitic views. Please assure that the curriculum focuses on Native American, Black African Americans, Latinx Americans, and the AAPI Americans. I hope that the curriculum will focus on the contributions of these groups to the United States as well as to our proud state of California. I also hope that you as school board members will identify which learning objectives you want to have for the curriculum and to set forth that policy for the developers. This is an important year for the development of ethnic studies curricula, so I appreciate that you're taking this important leadership role. And I look forward to how our access students, who are sometimes our most vulnerable students, will hopefully see themselves lifted up by this curricula and see the best versions of themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
Very good. Moving on with the agenda. We're moving on to item number 3, and that is a board action resolution and celebration of our community leader, Mr. Al Frank. May I have a motion?
Yes,
for
I'd
the
like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
I'll second that.
Seconded. Motion and a second. Any discussion on the resolution? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion passes 5-0. Now, at this point, we're going to be taking group photos and presenting Mr. Al Frank with a certificate. So if the board, it's all the board, is that correct? Okay, so the board, let's move our way down to the floor there. That's you too, sir.
Thank you, Lisa. I know you're waiting for me.
So I would like to present this to the Honorable Al Frank. And Al has contributed to our community. I've known Al several years now, and he has contributed in so many different ways. A lot of them encourage education, and he's been very supportive of education. So today we are going to take a quick opportunity here to present him with this certificate of recognition. And it reads, in recognition of your passion and time working with the Great Park Cultural Terrace West Collaborative that will have a wide-reaching impact and commitment to serving Southern California's diverse population. And really, we're just honoring you for a lot more than that today because you've done a lot more than this. This was just an excuse to honor you. So present this to you through Denise. What's that? Through Denise? Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Come on, Denise. Absolutely.
This is a better hat coming in?
Great idea.
No, I'm not her father. Doesn't sound on.
There it is, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Especially to those kids out there. I understand you're from a charter school? Cool. You know, you might be up here someday, and if you follow a similar path. First, I had some words I put together, so if it sounds like I'm reading, they're my words. I wrote them, but I don't want to ramble too much, so I'll keep me on point. So, first of all, thank you for this much distinguished recognition. And this is true. I've been honored to receive many awards in my lifetime. That isn't a bragging thing. It's a fact from a lot of work that receive recognition. This one holds a special place because of my passion for education, especially for the next generation. That's you guys. A lot of that is in part because, you know, I wasn't a very good student. I wasn't. And yet I achieved the American dream that people call that. As a matter of fact, I can remember I still get my father's words in my head as he said, son, no matter what you accomplish in this life, you would further advance yourself with a good education. I was just horrible. I mean, I just wasn't good at that, and yet I achieved a lot, and I think that says something for the opportunities. So I wanted you to know that, and my wife and I, Denise, we did not have kids and so of our own, so we've devoted much of our life to kind of helping the others reach their potential. Politics, as was mentioned earlier, are very divisive these days. I don't know why. We should all be thinking education is a unified desire on the part of everybody. But somehow it finds itself into a political realm, and that's hard for me to understand. I think we need to find common ground for the next generation so that they can learn all the fundamentals that are needed for the years ahead. I do believe in charter schools. You guys are charter schools, right? Are the best path. As I've assisted OCCA, that's Orange County Classic Academy. They were at the point of not making it, and I got some investors to buy the property and save the school. OCMD is a school of music and dance started by Charlie Zhang, another immigrant. By the way, I was born in Mexico, came here at the age of 5. I was born in Chihuahua. If you think I can't do it from another country, think again. The school is going to be in the New Gray Park, and now I'm helping Samueli Academy in Santa Ana. If you don't know them, they're a school that has got a 99% graduation rate. There are a lot of underprivileged kids. About a third of them are from foster homes. That's the toughest gig in the world, is to be raised by people you didn't know. And yet they have a 97% ratio of going on to further education. It's a charter school. I mean, the facts speak for themselves. So I did not start any of these, but I take considerable pleasure in helping them achieve their goals. And I think that I would encourage you to never underestimate yourself. And because if I could do it, believe me, you could do it. And I'll just say one other thing. It was music that saved me. Because I had such bad grades, I was told by my counselors to take music. And I scored my first A. Then I took band, orchestra. I learned to read music. I scored another A. Went on to junior college, and I took music history. And my first lesson was you had to write about what you heard in concerts. My teacher read mine in class because she said the way I wrote, it made her feel like she was sitting next to me. I learned I could write. Sometimes it's the littlest things that get you in the right path. And I applaud what's being done here, and I thank all of you for giving me a chance to accept that distinguished award and have a few words with you. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Al. You are a dear friend of the Orange County and to our children, and a distinguished leader. Moving on to our board agenda, we have item number 4, which is a special presentation in honoring Orange County's Red Ribbon Week campaign. I'm going to call up to the podium our good and honorable Dennis Cole.
Thank you, President Williams and honorable board. I'm so grateful to be here to do this. First of all, I want to say a little bit about Red Ribbon Week. I want to recognize that Red Ribbon Week is a tribute to DEA agent Enrique Quique Camarena, who tragically lost his life in February 1985 while battling drug cartels to create safer communities. This week-long Red Ribbon event was initiated by students in Quique's hometown of Calexico, California, where they wore red ribbons and pledged to remain drug-free in honor of Quique and all those who made sacrifices to make our community healthier. So we appreciate the commitment of law enforcement to support drug-free communities and substance abuse prevention efforts among our youth. And we're very grateful for Sheriff Don Barnes' work to support our schools by making Red Ribbon Week a priority each year, and by providing training for parents, students, and staff on how to live a healthy, drug-free life. Tonight we have Assistant Sheriff Corey Martino and also Sergeant Brian Gunsoli here to represent the sheriff and leading this work. So thank you both for being here tonight. Furthermore, special recognition is due to the Orange County Sheriff's Advisory Council for their unwavering support in helping youth make healthy choices and highlighting substance use awareness by providing wristbands for all OC students during Red Ribbon Week. We greatly value the partnership between OCDE and the Sheriff's Advisory Council as well. And tonight we have Maribel Marroquin Waldron here, who is the Executive Director for the Sheriff's Advisory Council. So thanks for all you do as well. And we want to say a thank you to the Orange County School Board for your continued support of Red Ribbon Week and the Orange County Sheriff's Advisory Council initiative to distribute wristbands to every Orange County student. OCDE commends school districts and local community organizations for their dedication to supporting substance use prevention efforts in our schools, reflecting our shared commitment to a safer, healthier community. Several of our OCD staff who are here and are pivotal in this work, I see Ryan and Elke and Doreen and Stacy and quite a few others, so just want to thank our OCD staff for all you do all year to make this work happen. And we are so pleased to recognize the collaboration between local businesses and the Orange County Sheriff's Advisory Council to incentivize students to wear their wristbands during Red Ribbon Week, heightening community support for substance use awareness. And lastly, we celebrate the efforts of our schools in offering vital substance use prevention programs and activities to students using Red Ribbon Week as a starting point for year-round substance use prevention initiatives. So today, we collectively honor Agent Kiki Camarena's memory and the legacy of all those who've made sacrifices by participating wholeheartedly in Red Ribbon Week. And now I'm really proud to bring up 3 of our students from our Friday Night Live Orange County Youth Council student representatives. They're going to come on up and share a little bit about the impact this has had in their lives. So why don't you all come up? This is Cindy Ramirez Rodriguez coming up, and Halima Asari and Ella Townsend. Come on up, girls.
Hello, my name is Cindy Ramirez Rodriguez, and I am currently a senior at Savannah High School. Through Friday Night Live, I was given the opportunity to be a part of the Orange County Youth Council. Before we begin, we would like to thank the Superintendent, Dr. Bean, and the Orange County Board of Education for giving us this platform to speak today. We would also like to thank the Sheriff's Advisory Council for providing Red Ribbon Week wristbands to all Orange County students. It is not often that youth voices are heard in esteemed collaborative environments like this, and we truly appreciate this opportunity you have presented for us today.
Hello, my name is Halima Asari, and I'm currently a senior at Savannah High School. I have been a part of the Orange County Youth Council for the past 2 years. This past year, 12 high schools were represented on the Youth Council with a total of 17 students, contributing various ideas and collaborating with Friday night chapters across Orange County. Friday Night Live and the Orange County Youth Council have given us opportunities and resources to grow as leaders, collaborators, and community members. OCYC has done many projects in the past to help inform FNL members on important topics, like a fentanyl awareness training, where we taught and warned FNL members about the dangers of fentanyl, and Screens and Teens, a training about the importance of having a healthy balance of social and screen media in your everyday life.
My name is Ella Townsend, and I'm a senior high school student at Fairmont Preparatory Academy. I'm the founder and president of my school's Friday Night Live chapter, Orange County Youth Council member, and an Orange County representative on the California Youth Council. Friday Night Live is a statewide healthy lifestyles program that emphasizes substance use prevention, and the Orange County Youth Council brings together leaders from each chapter to work together on larger advocacy campaigns under the mentorship of adult advisors. When Mr. Crowdus provided us the opportunity to work on the Red Ribbon Week resolution, we had the opportunity to suggest adjustments to be more inclusive, contribute a youth voice, and cover issues that matter to us. I am proud to announce that we were able to make the following edits. First, the inclusion of fentanyl and vaping as examples of trending issues affecting student populations. Second, signifying that schools and communities have a duty to actively engage youth when commencing the program. And third, emphasizing that while Red Ribbon Week program is a week-long campaign, it is necessary to still support drug-free messages year-round. Thank you for your time and for giving us this platform. We are so thankful for your continued support for prevention in schools through programs like Red Ribbon Week.
Thank you again, girls. I want to end also by saying thank you so much to our County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Stephen Bean, for making this work possible and for leading the charge. This is so important. And so now I'm going to hand it back over to our president, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Dennis. Moving on with the presentation, Renee, help me. Are we going to get the photos after the resolution? Then we'll do the photos. Okay. And that's with the Sheriff's Department and Dennis and the kids. Okay. Very good. So moving on with the agenda on number 5, that is a resolution. If I can make that motion, that would be good. I've been doing this for 29 years, the same resolution.
Please make it.
I made it, so.
Second.
So I'll formally make the motion for this resolution to honor Red Ribbon Week, which actually is October 20th through the 26th. I hear a second.
Second.
A second, good. We got a motion and a second. Any other words?
I'll give it a third.
Okay.
I'll just mention that I had the opportunity years ago to hear Agent Camarena's son. I believe he was serving as a judge down in the San Diego area, but he gave a very inspiring talk. And I just, to the young people here, when you get to be an old guy like me, you'll look back in your life and say, I'm so glad I never got into drugs. You'll know people growing up that it ruins your life. So not just today, but every day, remember, don't use drugs.
Yep. Good advice.
Very wise advice. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of Resolution 1824 in support of the Red Ribbon Week, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so at this point, we're going to take a couple minutes. We're going to have you three come on up here to get some photos with us. We have our great Sheriff's Department representatives. We're going to go up front here and get some photos. Get over here. It's the only time I get to tell you what to do. The personal joke is I'm a sheriff reserve. So it's the only time I get to tell my superior what to do. Okay. Everyone's here. Hey. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Good to have you. Sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much for moving on with our agenda. We're on item number 6. I'm going to call Anna Lee, our Associate Superintendent of Access and Connections, to the podium as we're going to be doing a presentation for the Grazier Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award for OCD Connections.
Thank you, Dr. Williams and the board. At this time, I have the privilege to introduce Dr. Barbara Sorter, and she is the commissioner from the California Advisory Commission on Special Education, as she has a presentation for our OCDE Connections program. Also with her is Jeanette Rial, and she is our vocational specialist with the Orange County Connections program, OCDE Connections program, and is a vital member of the team that was involved in the process.
Thank you. Good evening. To highlight best practices and what is working in California for students with disabilities, each year the California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education selects programs that result in positive outcomes for students with disabilities. Tonight, I'm here to present the Grazier Outstanding Achievement and Learning Award to Orange County Department of Education's Special Education Services Division Connections Program. As you know, back in 2019-20, the first CTE pathway was developed in the area of agriculture and natural resources for special education unit. This pathway allows for students to develop the necessary technical and employability skills to support OCDE vision of learning and for college and career readiness. Additionally, the Commission is always supportive of programs that promote inclusion and student voice. The Connections program prides itself on being innovative and evidence-based practices. They have expanded their innovation efforts to include 4-H Club and monthly market nights. Additionally, one student shared, "The chickens are the best and they always love me." Jolene, one of the chickens, lays the eggs. I like to do the chicken care. On behalf of the California Department of Education, AXI Commission, the Grazier family, and the California SELPA Association, thank you Orange County and the Connections program for all you're doing to support students in special education. So we have a beautiful plaque and $4,700 to continue the work.
Nice. All right. We get pictures? Okay, we're getting pictures.
All right.
We're going to set a record at this meeting, I think.
Looks like it's good. Looks like it's good.
Barbara, can I have you come up here? So this is a very unique award that is given to the Orange County Department of Education. I want to thank you for working on the state commission. You work very hard, and we have great staff who has worked exceptionally with our kids who have great needs. And I'm one of those dads who has a kid with great needs. So this is very meaningful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. No, I'll give it to. We'll put it in our
Gotcha.
Area out there.
It is great looking.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Annalee, and again, thank you, Dr. Sorter, for coming here. Our agenda item is the next item is very interesting, and I think you'll find it fascinating. The whole concept of artificial intelligence. So I'm going to call Dr. Lamas. There you are. Come on up and help us out with this presentation.
So good evening, Superintendent Bean, Board President Williams, members of the board, and community listening at home. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for requesting this presentation. It is very informative work and very important work as we move forward in Orange County. As part of OCD's commitment to innovation and staying at the forefront of educational advancements, we are excited to introduce our county-wide work on artificial intelligence. This initiative reflects our proactive approach to harnessing AI's potential to enhance educational outcomes, support our educators, and better prepare our scholars for the future. Today, we'll be sharing our strategic vision and providing insights into the significant progress that we've made over this past year. At this time, I would like to invite Kunal Dalal and Wes Creasel, our Orange County Department of Education's AI administrators, to the podium. Since joining our team in late November of 2023, they have hit the ground running, leading this transformative work in collaboration with our districts and bringing together dedicated teams to advance our AI efforts. I want to thank you in advance for your support of this critical work that we are going to continue to engage in. So thank you, board. Gentlemen.
All right. Hello, and thank you for that very generous introduction, Dr. Llamas. Let's make sure we are all on here. I guess we are. All right. All right, we're good to go. Let me just shut that off. Is that on? Yeah, great. Okay. Esteemed board and public and Dr. Bean, thank you so much for having us up here. We're really excited to share some of the work that we've been doing here in Orange County around artificial intelligence. My name is Kunal Dalal. I am one of the administrators of artificial intelligence and innovation here at OCDE. I'm a former science teacher, biology and physics, and I was a high school principal and high school assistant principal all up in the Bay Area. I'm relatively new to Orange County, but I am loving it here, and I will hand it over to Wes.
Thank you. My name is Wes Creasel. I am the other AI administrator here at Orange County Department of Education. And my background a long time ago as a high school English teacher, and the past 20 plus years I've been supporting adults in professional learning, the last 15 in technology, specifically educational technology. We are very glad to be here today, and we wanted to start by sharing our vision, and then we'll go into some of the details of what we have done and what that work entails. So we thought we'd have you just silently look at the vision, read over it, let some of the words and phrases sink in, and then we'll proceed. I'll give you a silent moment to look at that. Below the vision statement are 3 items that we'd like to call out. And the first one is that we believe this technology is not your average technology. It is something that can tremendously change and transform the way we offer teaching and learning to our students, and it can help educators as well. However, with that power comes a responsibility to act ethically. And so we have that bullet point is that we will ethically integrate this with how we proceed with teaching and learning. And all of this serves our OCDE mission, which is making our students ready for college and career success. So in terms of revolutionizing education, we have to be prepared to act ethically and think about the future.
And so what does that look like, revolutionizing education, doing it ethically, and then preparing our students for this future? Again, we have ethics here. This slide is really a demonstration of what this looks like integrated into an actual education system. We'll get into classroom and students here in a moment. But when we think about it broadly, the first step, again, ethics is up there. You're going to see ethics frequently. And why is that? First off, it's important, right? Ethics is important. Secondly, in the past, when we've had tech tools, it has always been about how well you know the tech tool. Okay, how well can I use Google Docs? How well can I use Microsoft Word? How well can I use Excel? And it's been about learning the tool. AI is the first tool that we have where it can learn about you. And the more it learns about you, frankly, the better it gets and the more helpful it gets. But then that can become a slippery slope. How much of me is it gonna know? How much information do I give it? And then when we start to talk about parents and students and children, where do we draw those lines? And so we have to be really mindful. This is an incredibly powerful technology. But when we are able to embody those ethics, we can get to the next two steps there, which is first creating adaptive learning platforms. We've been trying to do this for decades in education with varying levels of success. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. But with AI, we're actually able to, in effect, infinitely differentiate lessons so that students are able to approach the material at different levels. But also teachers, I taught for a lot of years, but there's way more that I don't know than there is that I do know. And so this can help me help teachers as well. And then finally, collaborative classroom. Again, we've been working hard to get students to learn from one another, peer-to-peer learning. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't, but AI provides an unprecedented tool where we can have students actually working with their peers in mind and having a collaborative learning experience. And so while we talk about this, you might be wondering, okay, great. Can you first tell me what generative AI is at all? And so we've got a short video here, 2 minutes, and so I will go ahead and play that.
What exactly is generative AI? When new content is created by artificial intelligence, it's called generative AI. This could involve generating texts and images, as well as videos, music, or voices. To do this, you describe in a chat dialog box what you want the AI to create. This description is called a prompt. The generative AI tools provide answers to all sorts of questions, summarize complex information, and generate diverse ideas quickly. Depending on how they're used, they can create short stories, paintings, pieces of code, or even musical compositions. The foundation for this creation lies in large amounts of data that the AI system accesses to identify patterns and similarities. The content produced by the AI is new. It's often impressive and challenging to distinguish from things humans have made. Generative AI can also be misused. In so-called deepfakes, AI is utilized to produce images or videos that seem real. AI-generated texts are also tough to recognize as machine-made. Moreover, the AI can provide answers that sound correct but are actually incorrect. This is called hallucinating. The quality of what's created depends on both the quality of the data used and the quality of the prompts given. To effectively utilize generative AI, we need to learn how to guide the tools with meaningful prompts and use them thoughtfully. Generative AI holds immense potential and can help us in many ways, such as serving as a writing or learning partner. However, the AI should do the hard work, and humans should be responsible for the facts.
All right, so that was just a very short introduction on generative AI. There's a lot more to know about
What
it.
exactly is generative?
You don't want to watch that again. But what does this mean for students? And so these 3 points I think are the most important pieces. First off, interactive learning. Students are able to actually create stories, create content, and potentially reflect on content in a way that they could never do before because of the generative nature of this AI. Hands-on experience. We're going to show you a chart in a few slides where we demonstrate that employers are looking for students and graduates who have skills in AI. So we have to figure out how, again, ethically, to get students in front of AI tools. And then finally, the feedback has been incredibly positive for all the trainings we've done so far, both with school leadership and with teachers.
So the way we approach working with students is through empowering the educators. So we have 3 bullet points here to call out our approach. One is AI fluency. So a term you might hear is AI literacy. That's knowing of AI, even though you may not use it. But if you're using AI, we call it fluency. Then we offer professional development for teachers to support them across the county, as well as ways to guide educators as they might approach working with their students themselves.
So what does this look like? So we're going to show you a quick example of what this looks like, and this has wowed a lot of people. So we're going to show you what AI slide generation can look like. A lot of teachers use slides to share information, and so there's an app called Gamma.app. Does anybody here know Gamma.app? Sorry, I'm a teacher, so I asked for raised hands. Sorry, but it's as simple as entering a prompt at something like a lesson on California freeways. And here we go, for elementary school students. And so it will create an outline, basically instantaneously, of a presentation. And now you hit continue, you pick a template, something that you think will work in your class or even for yourself. And then you hit generate, and then the magic happens. And here it goes. And it generates a slideshow. Now it's using generative slide generation, so it's creating the slides, but it's also generating the content. And so it is building out this content. Because it's generative AI, teachers have to look at it again, right? You need to make sure this is factual. You have to make sure this is accurate. But think of how much time was just saved for a teacher who now has a place to start. Now, let's say this teacher says, hey, I actually want to tie direct standards into this. So now we can just edit the prompt and say, now tie in, let's see, 5th grade history standards. And Wes is going to add some more, and provide two interactive elements. All right. To support English learners. Perfect. And now again, it will instantaneously regenerate, and now you can see vocabulary, word building, interactive map activity, and then same idea. Again, hit generate, and then you get a new slide deck. Now, it's going to be a little bit different than the one that you got before because it's generating a new slide deck, but now it's going to include those pieces around standards and those pieces around the interactive and the word building for English learners. So I wanted to show you that this is a way in which teachers are going to benefit immediately from the use of AI. And look at how beautiful that looks. That's just pretty. I'd want to be in a class that had that. And so we'll move on to, oh, there we go. Oh, this is me. And so with that, we have the teacher side, we have the student side. All of this is in service of our students being successful in the workplace. And so if you look at the donut chart that we have there, 71% in the green box, 71% of business leaders are more likely to hire a less experienced candidate with AI skills than one with more experience but no AI skills. That was May of this year. My guess is by May of next year, that number is going to be 100% or close to it. And so it is critical for us as folks who are molding our students to make sure we have AI embedded. So we have regional partnerships there, you can see that, and then workforce readiness and competitive edge. Both of those are informed by that specific stat.
So we do have a strategic roadmap and goals, and this includes regular meetings of our districts. They come together and we collaborate on ways to approach this. Our districts are putting in place guidelines for their local governance, and we are ensuring that our schools are thinking about equitable access as they approach this as well. And we wanted to have the last voice in this presentation not be ours, but to be one of our students. And so in this example, Ibrahim is ready to go there. Ibrahim is a student at Teston Legacy Magnet, and he has created a rideshare app that is a competitor to Uber and Lyft. And he talks in this 60-second video about how he uses AI. This was actually his application video to join our Student AI Network.
And let me add that he's an 8th grader.
Google Cloud. Hi there, my name is Ibrahim Maimon, and I'm going to tell you about my AI project. So I started using Google Cloud's Vertex AI, and I have a rideshare app called iWingo. You can Google it. Right now we're open in Seattle, and I have 100 drivers on there, and I use the AI to help me determine ride prices, because when I would look at Uber's and Lyft's ride prices, I would see all these random fees. It was really hard to calculate it, so I use this AI to give estimates. And another reason I use it is for ordering rides for drivers.
Very clap for that. We thank you for your time. We're open if you have questions for clarification, and we definitely appreciate Dr. Bean, your guidance and your support of this important work.
Thank you.
That kid will be a billionaire by the time he's 20, probably, right?
By the time he's 18.
Yeah.
All right, that's mine.
Can I share
All
a
right,
quick
thank
story,
you all.
Dr. Williams? I work for my day job for the local Realtor Association. We sat through a presentation on AI, and the expectation there is that at some point, probably in the near future, you'll be able to drive up to a house and say, "Tell me about yourself." "Oh, I'm a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. I was built in 1965. I had my roof replaced in 2005." And I mean, you'll just drive down the street and be able to talk to the houses. And when you're looking for a house, I was blown away, but it's fascinating.
Where'd they go? We do have perhaps some questions. Any questions, any other questions from our board? I do have a question regarding the ethical integration. And how do you guarantee the ethical application of AI going forward? How do you police yourself?
Yeah. I mean, that's trillion-dollar question. I think just like with technology that has come before, there's a whole lot of sort of latitude for abuse. And we have digital policies in place. We have anti-bullying policies in place. We have social media policies in place in all the districts. And so it's going to be a matter of doubling down on those policies, supporting those who fall victim to negative uses of AI. But there is, what I do appreciate is with social media, I was deep in the classroom with social media, and I remember we sort of ignored it and said, "Oh, it's okay, it's just online, it's not going to hurt anybody." But it did hurt a lot of people. But we're not doing that with AI. We are talking about ethics right from the beginning, and so that gives me a little bit of hope with that.
I have a couple comments. I think AI is here to stay, as you all know. So yeah, we need to embrace it and figure out how to move forward with it. I think in the classroom, not only keeping ethics at the top in the forefront, but I think also people could easily get lazy with AI. And so I think constantly having it top of mind, critical thinking assignments. And there are various ways that instructors could do that. But wouldn't it be cool to give each student, they get to sort of pick a different topic to run it through AI, and then they have to actually write a paper critiquing themselves on the facts that were presented, and actually look in the real research literature and see what's standing up, where are the holes and gaps. Just always having critical thinking as part of the assignments, I think, to me, would be super important in terms of not falling in. I mean, you're still going to fall into some traps, of course, but we don't want teachers to get too reliant on AI because it is. We already know ChatGPT. I mean, I've done some stuff with ChatGPT, and it's wrong a lot of the time. So I think just continuing that conversation, which I know you guys are discussing, but I just had a chance to create and offer an idea.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for a great presentation. I learned a lot. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sonia, for leading us. Moving on with our agenda, where we are on the consent calendar. May I have a motion for the consent calendar to include 8, 9, and 10?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. This is consent, so there is no discussion. All those in favor of the consent calendar say aye.
Aye.
I abstain. No. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we're going to recess to approve our minutes from our last Education Facilities Corporation. So I'll make the official bang with the hammer here, and we're now recessing into our Education Facilities Corporation, and that is, help me out here.
The end.
Very back. Yes, yes. There we go. Okay. Okay, so call to order. For the benefit of the record, this regular meeting of the Facilities Corporation is called to order. May I have a roll call, Daru?
Trustee Valdez?
Here.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Barkey,
Here.
Trustee Williams,
Here.
Trustee Sparks.
Here.
Wonderful. May I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries 5-0. May I have a motion for the minutes from August 7th?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes 5-0. Any public comments on the facilities?
We have none.
Okay, very good. So I will adjourn the facilities, and now we're going to go back. I know for a lot of you who are out there, you're wondering, what is he doing? What is he saying? That's a lot. So now we get to move on to a very important part of our meeting, and that's, of course, to hear from the Orange Springs folks and all those children who have been so patient. You guys are just incredible. First, I got to ask Renee, are there any charter submissions?
We have none for this month.
Very good. Okay. So I will call. This is the time for Orange Springs Charter School for you to shine. You guys are going to get your time. And Teresa, come on up.
Good evening, President Williams, trustees, and Superintendent Bean. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding Orange Springs Charter School countywide petition submitted on July 11th, 2024. The charter school proposes to operate a classroom-based program serving students in TK through grade 12. The petitioner notified 6 districts of intent to open facilities: Anaheim Elementary, Anaheim Union High School, Buena Park, La Habra City, Saddleback Valley, and Santa Ana Unified. Before public comments, representatives from the charter school are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from Orange Springs Charter School to the podium.
Hello, everybody. So we're delighted to be here this evening. My name is Dr. Kathleen Hermsmeyer, and I am the superintendent of the Springs Charter School Network. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. We are not new to Orange County. We have been serving students in your county for 20 years, and for the last 8 years through Citrus Springs Charter School, which is approved on appeal by this body and has been open for the last 8 years. All right, how do I click to the next? There we go. All right, so we have 7 charters currently. And like I said, 8 years with Orange County Department of Education. And as you can see, we serve K-12 across the board. We are primarily non-classroom based, but that's just the designation. We do have 20 locations, 20 center locations. And in those centers, we offer a continuum of programs, including 5-day-a-week programs, 3-day-a-week programs, where the children do a mixture of, it's a hybrid program, basically, what some people might call hybrid, where they do 3 days in the classroom and 2 days at home. Or we also have 2 days in the classroom and 3 days at home. And then we have homeschoolers who come in occasionally. Maybe they come in 1 day a week for different activities that are more group-based. We have 2 countywide benefit charters currently. We have had a long-term relationship in Riverside County, our school is the largest single school in California, single charter school in California, in Riverside County, and we've been with them since 2006. And the other charter that we have, countywide benefit, is San Bernardino County, which opened this year. We have great relationships with all of our authorizers, and we have all the types, individual districts, county on appeal, state on appeal. So, you know, we just like to spread it around. We don't really, but we'd rather one authorizer. But so why are we petitioning for a countywide benefit? Well, because we serve 25 districts. We serve students in 25 districts in Orange County. And we can only provide classroom-based programming in Santa Ana currently because of the nature of the restrictions on the way that our charter was developed. So having a countywide benefit charter would allow us to provide classroom-based programs for those children that we have in our school and for other children in those regions that want our kind of program. So that's basically the why of it. I am happy to announce that the Stanford University Center for Research on Educational Outcomes, which is the CREDO report has been done 3 times. This last third time was in 2023. I think the first time was something in 2008 or 2007. And we were identified as a gap-busting charter network, which means that students who are typically underperforming subgroups are making more progress in our schools than is typical in traditional district schools. We are one of only 32 networks of schools in California that got this designation, and we're the only one that's non-classroom based primarily. So we're very proud of that. We work very hard to ensure that all of our students succeed. We believe in the best thing for a child is for them to be empowered in their own learning journey in a personalized way so that they own their own learning journey. And towards this end, our children set goals. They make a plan to reach those goals, and you can see the little wheel inside the big wheel, which is learning, trying, reflecting, and then continuing that process until they have mastered it. They prove their mastery, they celebrate, we go to the next one. So we are not, all the children are not learning the same thing at the same time. They are working on their individualized goals. We don't teach third grade, we teach children. We teach all the children according to where they are. If they're above grade level, we give them above grade level content. If they're below grade level, we accelerate and get them up to grade level. So that's the Springs way. And these pictures here are children in our Santa Ana Student Center. And we have 5 pillars of education, which is caring community, being learner driven, which is empowering our kids, a flexible environment where kids are very comfortable, and we do mastery learning. We don't settle for good enough. We want them to master everything, and we personalize, so that really adds to the motivation of the students. So now I'd like to introduce to you one of our important people, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services. You've met her before, and she's going to talk you through a few slides. Michelle Saponara. Sorry, Michelle Saponara.
Hi, I'm Michelle Saponara. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am thrilled to be here, as I'm here every month, so I've got to meet some of you. When it comes to personalized learning, it's really important. We need to wrap around the students and make sure they're able to meet their goals. So we have a continuum of supports and services to make sure that happens. So first of all, for English language development, we have direct instruction in English language development on a daily basis. We have a robust special education department. We have 17 or 18 school psychologists, occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, to make sure that all students who are on individual education programs can get the support they need to meet their own personalized academic goals. We have credentialed school nurses to make sure that kiddos in schools have healthy and safe places to be, no matter what their medical condition can be, that we can accommodate and make sure that they can take advantage of everything that we have to offer. We also have a wonderful woman who does our homeless and foster support. In fact, thank you very much. We were able to pick up about 12 cases of backpacks to share from OCDE, so thank you. And we make sure those kiddos are supported, as well as our military families. If you look at our donut, we have our multi-tiered systems of support to make sure that we're not missing kids. Our teams, our teachers, and our counselors and administrators meet together in STAR teams, and they talk about kids, and they talk about attendance, and they talk about behavior. They talk about if kiddos are meeting their goals. We really try to have this whole child focus. One of the neatest things I think about Springs being there for a year is the fact that we have assistant classroom educators. There's a second adult in most of our classrooms in order to make sure when there's 24 or 25 kiddos all doing personalized learning, that they have that support to get it done with another adult in the classroom. Now I get to talk to you about our kiddos. So our Santa Ana Student Center, we do have 12% of our students with disabilities that are supported by that robust team. 18% of our students are English language learners, with 7% of them reclassified already as fluent English proficient. Looking at the data, we looked at 69% of our students being economically disadvantaged, but in the most recent data that we're doing with the state and our certification, it's actually probably going to be 86%, and we'll get that by the end of next week. Last but not least, our population is about 80% Hispanic, and we make sure that we support all of these students with our continuum of services. My last slide with you today is talking about testing. We look at state tests as one of the factors to make sure our students are achieving. So in the left column, you can see we are looking at our students that are in that Santa Ana residential area. So we're comparing for you here to Santa Ana. So you can see 46% of students in our Citrus Springs charter are proficient in English language arts, with 31% at Santa Ana. At Santa Ana Unified, 20% of students are proficient in math, and 30% over at the Citrus Springs charter. Another way of looking at standards, kind of a new way, is this distance from standards. So instead of just classifying kiddos in exceed standards or far below standards, we look at how far the kiddos are from meeting standard. So we would look at that 0 right there is their baseline. So we can look at students individually, and we can look at students as a whole. So looking at students as a whole, we see that the Citrus Springs charter is 6.4, so close to meeting standard in ELA. When we look at Santa Ana, we see it is actually 52.5 points away from standard. So it looks a little confusing because we're looking at 0, and those are negative numbers going down. If you look at math, Santa Ana students are 52.9 points for meeting standard. However, Santa Ana Unified is 85.5. So that's to say we are making gains for our students, and looking at our data, students who are with us more than 1 year even make more gains. It's my pleasure to get to introduce to you the principal of the Santa Ana Student Center, Priscilla Dorbar.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I would like to start by giving you an overview of our school community. Our school is located on Grand Avenue in Santa Ana. We occupy 2 buildings, approximately a little more than 12,000 feet, and we have 12 classrooms and an office space for counseling and student services. We have a multi-purpose room where we have assemblies and festivities, a large shaded area with picnic tables for students to eat their lunch. We also have a beautiful playground with a playing structure, handball courts, an area for pickleball, swings, and a very large field where students play soccer, kickball, and just run freely. We serve approximately 90 students on site with a diverse mix of backgrounds. We prioritize community safety. The access points are monitored with a remote buzzer, entry, and cameras. All visitors are screened by Raptor technology. We use parent square communication to reach out to our families and keep them updated. The campus has video surveillance around the grounds of the school. We have a key control program that monitors entry cards to access the entrance of the school. Classrooms have a 2-way communication system. The school is enclosed with a double fence entry, an exit alarm system, an ADA lever lock set, and window security film classrooms. We pride ourselves in a strong sense of community. I really want to say thank you to my parents. That shows their participation, the commitment they have for the school. We pride ourselves on a strong sense of community with high levels of parent involvement, which creates a wonderful family feel when you visit our campus. Some community engagement activities are family STEAM night, community outdoor family picnic, seasonal festivities, assemblies with first responders and community agencies, student award recognition. We also have several community partnerships that support our programs to ensure that every student has the opportunity to succeed. Some of them are Chamber of Commerce mixer events, School Choice Week celebrations,
college and career fairs, OC Children Book Festival, Anaheim Cinco de Mayo, and many more. Now we will show a small video highlighting the voices of Spring students. Thank you.
feel empowered in my learning because I'm able to kind of customize what I do, how I take my classes, and because the due dates aren't completely solidified, it doesn't give me the added stress of having to deal with the family life, and I have the power to really do things on my time.
In second grade, my goal is to finish third grade math and to finish my ST math.
So my name is Emily Hively, and I'm in second grade. Feeling you're ready, you can do the test. We do our own path, and if we don't get it right, we can always try again, because we all pop at different times.
I choose my goals based off, again, like the idea of my future career. I want to be a forensic psychologist, so choosing everything to get to that point is basically what I'm trying to do, and I can do that in many ways, like choosing which science course I want to take, which college course I want to take. All these things that can get me to that point.
Okay, so my name is Colton, and I'm in second grade. And goals are things we work on when it's school time. You get to learn at whatever pace, you get to choose your goal, whatever you think. Yeah, it's different, but in a fun way.
Well, we just love our kids, and we think they say it best. I'm just going to hit a couple highlights, this is, we have one-to-one Chromebooks, and we're WASC accredited 6th year. We've had top workplace awards for the last 6 years in a row in the large workplace, and we've always been in the top 10. We have a teacher residency program. We've had about 38 of our assistant classroom educators become credentialed teachers across the network, and it's all paid for through grant funding. It's amazing. It's fantastic. We're so thrilled about that. And we have ACEs, which we mentioned before. We call them our assistant classroom educators who support. And I thank you so much to our parents and students that came today, and thank you all for your listening so well to our presentation today.
The hearing is now open for 15 minutes of public comments. Trustee Barkey, please call for the first speaker.
Yes. Mira Tiza will be the first speaker, and then Ms. Jolly Cabrizny, the second speaker, and Ms. Soto, the third speaker.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maritza Coughlin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah? Is it? Put it up. Almost. Okay. Good. All right, great. I just want to say thank you so much for having me here and everyone from Springs. I mean, this is an amazing school. I love it. And I just want to mention before I go on about Springs that I love that you had a pastor here to kind of, pray a little bit. And I thought that was so beautiful. And I hope that trickles down into throughout the educational system, And so, and of course, just saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I love that. I'm a patriot, so I love it. And I just wanted to say, well, I had my son here. I homeschooled him. And that was a while back, but my daughter, I sent her to other schools in the school district, and she she always had anxiety. She always had anxiety. She didn't seem to connect somehow with the educational system as they offered it. And so I thought, well, the upcoming year, let's try homeschooling. So we did, and we went through Springs, and so I started to have some medical issues, and so I'm trying to go through this fast and just, I started having medical issues. I couldn't homeschool her anymore. It was just not a possibility. So I had a meeting with the school. They were very supportive throughout the entire thing because I was a little bit in denial at the beginning of me feeling sick because I wanted to push through because I thought, oh, she had such a bad experience in the other schools. I don't know how it's going to happen, and so, but we all agreed that she would be better served going to Monday through Friday school, and we sent her, and she was so scared, but she got to school, and she says, after the school was class just for the first day, she's like, I made 10 friends. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's great, and she's like, and the teacher was talking to me, and she had her write like a little thing about herself and share, and I just thought, wow, that is so great because it just broke the ice and made her feel comfortable. Throughout the time that she's been there, they've been so supportive. We did realize that she did have to have some help education-wise, and they were very open, very quick to help, and I just see her blooming. I see her thriving there. So I'm so happy, and thank you so much. And I know that she's going to spend a lot more time at the school, and thank you. Love the school.
Thank you. Next, we have up Ms. Jolly K, and following her, Ms. Soto R.
Hi, my name is Jolly Kabrani, and I'm here to share my experience as a parent of a student at Springs Charter Santa Ana. My son is 9 years old now, and he has been at this school since 2020. He's currently in 4th grade. We made the switch from IUSD actually as we were looking for a more inclusive environment for our son, and we are very thankful to have found this wonderful school. The staff at Springs has been great from the start, including the front office, teachers, principal, of course, and I feel like they maintain a very loving environment for all the kids. And we have seen personally so many positive changes in our son since he started going to the school. I feel he has learned to cope up with his anxieties and learn social cues, peer interaction, which we feel he would not have had the same exposure at the school he was there at previously. And then we have also been able to establish a personalized approach with the help of the Springs team for him at the school. That has benefited him a lot. We've also felt that all the team members at Springs are genuinely interested in supporting the kids, which was not the experience we had previous to this. So that's been great. And as a parent, like the most important thing we all want for our kids is to be in a nurturing and safe environment where our kids can learn and grow, and Springs Charter Santa Ana has been exactly that for us, so thank you. Extending this program that Springs Charter can provide to the students and opening more charter locations within the county, I feel will be very beneficial to the kids, and I hope the board will consider it. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Ms. Soto Royo.
Good afternoon. My name is Rocio Soto. I am the mother of Samantha Orozco. She's a 2nd grader here in Springs. I also have 4 little cousins that go to Springs as well. And I would like to thank the board, the Department of Education, for your time. I would like to explain to the board why I believe in Springs Charter School. In Springs, I don't just see my daughter going to school and learning the basics. I see her being exposed to elements that are needed in life, such as being respectful, working in teams, and most of all, having communication with her peers and staff. Communication is key in every relationship, and that is what we have here in Springs. I know all the office staff, past and present teachers of my daughter, and I tend to be more of a shy person. So for me to know everybody, it's kind of cool. I know Ms. Dorbar. She calls me every time. So, and also Mr. Eddie, he's the one in the office, and he makes everybody feel like at home, and that is really important for us as parents to know our staff, to know our teachers, and to know that our children are safe. Another reason why I love that my daughter attends Springs Charter is because the class sizes are good ratio. The teachers know where the students are and place and meet them where they are. It's not a cookie-cut school that goes every 2 weeks to a new subject, and if you got it, good, and if you didn't, you stayed behind. They make a plan for every child to meet them where they are and help them succeed. If a child is also too advanced, they don't let them just go bored and then be there. They present them with a challenge. The classrooms are also mixed grade. I believe that children being exposed when they're younger with older children helps them learn, and it also makes the older children how to be more caring because they act like the parent role to the younger ones, and the younger ones learn so much faster from the older kids. Lastly, the reason why I love my daughter attending Springs Charter School is because they place mental health awareness very much. The school has a very wonderful counselor, Miss E, that talks to the children every month about a new concept. She makes groups throughout the year to help children in social emotional development. Since kindergarten, my daughter has been taking groups with Miss E. And I am so grateful that the school does this because most students never use the school counselor until they're in high school when we need the counselors. But we need counselors every day, every time since they're tiny. So here in Springs Charter School, they talk to their counselor every time. They see her, they know her. Not just with her, but with all the staff because the school is like a family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Board of Education staff recommendations, including recommended findings, will be published by September 24th. At the October 9th meeting, the board will conduct a hearing and take action to grant or deny the countywide charter petition. President Williams, I close the public hearing and return the meeting to you.
Very good. Thank you, Teresa. Again, good job. I'll ask my board if they have any questions regarding Orange Springs Charter School. Tamari?
I do.
Yes.
Kathleen and Michelle, would you come back up to the podium? So I toured your school last year.
Yes, you did.
And I had
With
a very
your
nice
son.
time. Thank you for showing me all the facilities and the classrooms and the teachers. Santa Ana is very important to me. This is my district, so I take particular attention in what goes on, in the charter schools there. Thank you for providing the student demographic data. That's very helpful. Economically disadvantaged, 69%. So 69% qualify for free and reduced lunch,
Yes.
right? 80% Latino, and 18% English language learners. That's a significant number. That's always a challenge. I wanted to talk to you about the data, your screenshots on the data. So it looks like the 46% of the students are passing or meeting or exceeding the state standards for English, right?
Yes.
And 30% for math.
Yes.
Now, the real question I had was the other screenshot about how far they are away from meeting the standard. The way I interpret that screenshot or your graph is that about that the rest of the kids who don't meet the ELA standards are only 5 points away from meeting them. Is that how I'm supposed to interpret that?
Not really. Every child gets a score of their distance from standard. Their distance from standard could be a positive distance, like in other words, they're above the standard, what we call competency or whatever, whatever that score is. They could be above or they could be below. So every child is represented in those numbers. It's not just the children who were proficient. What's great about distance from standard as opposed to just proficiency is that in in the old days, all we looked at was proficiency, and all these specialists used to come around to school districts and to charter schools and tell you how to get your cusp kids up over that mark so that you could get more kids that were proficient, which always felt wrong to me because every child matters, and especially the kids who are struggling at the very bottom levels. We should count every child's progress, and this distance from standard looks at every child, how much they've grown from one year to the next, and gives you.
So what you're saying is this is a mean for the entire school?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for that.
It's a new measure, and so we're all but it is an important one. And we're looking at it very carefully. And I just want you to know, we're not satisfied with these results. Don't get me wrong.
Well, that was kind of where I was going with this.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you ladies are very smart ladies. We've had some discussions before, and I'm going to challenge you guys because the 46% number, that's the state average.
Yep.
The math number is 30%. The state average is 34%. I'm going to challenge you guys to get that math number over the state average by the next time, not next month, but by the next time we see each other.
All right, thank you. Thank you for. Yeah, we just adopted a new math curriculum this year because our previous one just wasn't rigorous enough. It wasn't. We were teaching we were teaching those standards as they were taught in the book, but they weren't getting the kids to that higher level of proficiency. So we adopted a new curriculum, and we're excited about it.
Okay.
Our goal is always for every student to make 1 year progress, and for students who are falling behind to make 1.5 year progress in a single academic year.
Right. That's our goal.
So like I said, I'm going to challenge you guys the next time you come up in a couple years.
Okay.
I will remember this conversation that I had on the dais.
Okay.
And, hopefully we can get way above the state standards.
I agree.
So you call the local charter in Santa Ana Citrus Springs. The overall company is Orange Springs Charter Schools.
No, so the charter that we currently have is Citrus Springs. That what we will do is then take the Santa Ana Student Center portion of that and put it into the new charter, Orange Springs, which will be a seat-based charter because there is still a moratorium on opening non-classroom based charters. So we will be putting our seat-based program into Orange Springs year 1, and then I think year 3 we open another center in Anaheim. And so that's the plan, is to step up into the other communities. But our Orange Springs will have all of our seat-based programs, and Citrus Springs will remain to have our homeschool-based and non-classroom-based programs. So.
Okay.
We would love to have one charter that did it all, but right now with the moratorium on non-classroom-based, that's not on the table. So.
Okay. Thank you. That's everything for me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You guys have a lot to be proud of. It was great to learn more and hear more about your program. So just to make sure, 100% sure, I was kind of going to go where Trustee Valdez was going, but we're being asked to give a countywide benefit charter, and the intent is to have classroom-based instruction open in Anaheim and Saddleback. That's what we're being asked.
And Santa Ana. So the Santa Ana would be already existing, but then, yes, Anaheim and Saddleback, right.
So why were you petitioning with the other districts, or putting them on, not petitioning, but notifying them? I didn't.
Well.
Because you listed 6, right?
Right. We because we may have students from those areas coming into it, we weren't 100% sure when we initially were doing the charter petition where we were going to focus our efforts. We were looking at where there is charter presence, where there's not charter presence, where our preponderance of students are. And so that's what we were doing.
So we have 28 local districts in Orange County. I guess 29, Dr. Bean, right, if you count access. But so you have 25. I'm Curious, who are the three that you don't have? Do you know?
I look at my Amy over there.
I do not know off the top of my head.
Well, that's all right. Thank you.
You know what? I just want to commend you guys for what you're doing. I think it's amazing. I love opportunities and all the opportunities you provide. And the outpouring of support, that speaks so well for you. To have so many people out here on a weeknight of a short week, we know that's hard, getting your kiddos in here when you have other things to do and they do. So we really appreciate everything you're doing, and your show of support just
Thank
does a
you
lot.
so much.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for the clear presentation you gave and the homework that you've done to come up to this moment, and the parents and the children, especially the children who are here. Thank you all for coming. It looks like you've really done your homework. You've been in this game for a while. It's going to be, I think, amazing that more and more students will be served. And I echo George's challenge. I have no doubt you guys are pushing every envelope. I can see that you're putting critical thinking into adopting that new curriculum because you think it's going to give you better outcomes. I'll be curious to see how that plays out, and just continue to take that critical eye to every bit of the curriculum to lift those kids up.
I agree.
So thank you.
Wonderful. And I think your parents and your students who are here are reflective of the quality education that you're giving them. I am just so impressed, young men and women, and moms and dads who are out there. You have been incredibly composed, patient, kind. I don't think I could sit in that chair as well as you kids have. In fact, if you look at me, I'm always going back and forth, right? So great job. Thank you very much.
you.
We're going to give you about a minute or two because I know that it's time for them to go home.
yes,
But we
thank
have
you
to
so
continue
much.
with our
Thank you very
meeting
much.
here. Okay, so we are going to continue as a board unless there is a need for a bathroom break. I think we can probably get the meeting done in 45 minutes. So if we want to speed through, we can do it. Dr. Bean, are you up for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
These breaks become very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's hard to get people back. What's so funny? Isn't it fun to have 6 kids at home and homework? Wow.
I would like to see.
Wow. I don't envy you.
That kid's video was a little blurry. And the audio wasn't very good. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming out. Appreciate you.
I love the acknowledgement of the Lord. It's amazing and beautiful. I love it.
Thank you so much.
And I'm such a patriot. I love flag and what it stands for. Because they gave their blood for our country.
Absolutely.
So, thank God. And the man who, I don't know him, but the one that you gave the plaque. He has showed so much respect.
Yeah. Al Frank, yeah.
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 You could
Yeah.
feel the
Yep.
heart.
Yep. He loves children.
He's a
Yeah.
good one.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, God bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Lord guide you in all things.
Thank you.
You're very.
This is a picture.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
19.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So moving on
Thank
with the
you. You wanna
agenda,
pass these over so I don't forget?
we're back in session. We never left. Moving on to item number 13, I will need a motion to adopt the GAN limit resolution, which identifies the appropriations for 23-24 and the appropriations for 24-25. I have a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second by Dr. Sparks. Any discussion on this item? Bar none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the next item, which is item number 14, and this is submitted by Anna Lee, and this is the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, and this is a grant for, what is that, $2.5 million? which is quite a bit. May I have a motion for this item?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Can I have some questions about 14, 15, and 16, Dr. Williams.
Okay.
Because I think it looks like it's all related.
So we have a motion and a second. Now's the time for questions. So,
sorry, could Annalee come up there and?
Yeah, I can probably help her out a little bit. So 14 and 15 are the block grant, which is one-time funding spent over 2 years. You actually saw the plan last month, but we had combined it with CCPA. We have to take separate action on each one. So that's why it's back. This time is revised because we have to have two separate actions to meet the auditor's requirements. So
Okay.
that's 14 and 15.
I presented that to the board last month.
Yeah.
It's just we didn't separate
Yeah.
and access from CCPS,
Mhm.
two different entities. So today,
Right.
this month we have to separate
So
those two.
that is 14, 15. 16, 17 is a new report that's required because of Prop 28, which was the arts and music ongoing funding for arts.
I think that's 16 and 17 are some of where my questions are.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't actually spent any money yet, so if that helps. Yeah, you can go.
Well, that's kind of my point is.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. So your questions are on 16 and 17?
Yeah, so do you wanna-
Can we wait to get there,
Mhm.
Annalee and George? We're still on, we still have to prove 14.
Can we just do, I guess I'm getting a little confused because it seems like 14, 15, 16, and 17 are all basically kind of the same thing.
No.
Not at all. All right, I'm missing it.
Close, though.
Okay, so.
Okay,
We're okay? Okay. So we have a motion and a second for agenda item number 14. And any further questions? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to agenda item number 15. Might have a motion.
So moved.
This is again another block grant. This time I believe it's for less than $100,000.
And this one is for the College Career and Preparatory Academy.
That's correct. CCPA. Okay, any questions on this item? Barring that it's none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion passes 5-0. Now we're moving on to item number 16, and you will have an opportunity, Trustee Valdez, to ask the questions. But first, might have a motion for number 16.
So moved.
Second.
In a second, okay. Now's the time for questions.
Okay, Annalee. So it's real easy for me to vote yes on, receiving money, right? That's easy. Now, but I wanted to talk to you about 16 because so we're receiving $2.5 million in a one-time grant,
Okay.
right?
So can I help? So
But
this,
but the arts and annual report, so we're reporting on the number of kids that that we're serving in these programs, and the number is 0.
Different pots of money, so different funding sources. One is the Prop 28, and one is the discretionary monies, the art, music, and instructional discretionary grant. So they're two different sets of funding. So one is we have a plan for our spending. We have 2 years spending on the arts, music, instructional materials, discretionary block grant. Then the Prop 28 dollars are dollars that we've received. They're completely separate from that, but we have not, we had other funding that we used, and so we have not accessed that funding. So students at this point, we are moving forward with our plan to continue to implement that program, but they're separate, if that makes sense. So the response to, we have to report out on our spending and how many students were impacted, and so we have not spent that money yet. That's what that
How
is
much
reporting.
is in the Prop 28 money coffer or account?
it's much less. And so
Yes, it's
going back to the budget time, we actually thought the governor was going to cut these funds. And so that was why we hadn't budgeted for them. We also had other federal funds to use. And so this is going to be required each year to show you how much money we've spent. It doesn't tie to the funding, which is the other piece that you saw, right? This is really annually you will see an expenditure report because it's a proposition. That's part of the requirement of that. And so we spent money on arts. We just didn't use this funds to do it, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
We spent money on arts, we just didn't, okay.
Because
Okay.
this has to show.
Yeah,
And when
so-
you, it's very restrictive when you do, because you can only, I think 80% has to be spent on instructional staff only, no administration. And so it's very restrictive. And so that's what Anna Lee and they were trying to, in the plan, look at how much can go towards this piece. It is, I want to say, just a couple $100,000. I don't think
It's 300. Right.
Okay.
So it's $390,000 is what we received from the Prop 28
And we'll receive that annually.
annually, and it will roll over as well. So the monies that we've already received will then be rolled over to an additional year. And now we will have the opportunity to have our plan to spend that moving forward.
So how much do we spend on the arts in our access program?
I don't have a full number. We use a variety of different funding sources to do that. Some one-time dollars that we've been using up, things like that we're using to currently fund the program. Art for Healing, some of the other arts programs that we've had.
I'm just going to make basically a comment, because I know you guys deal in this stuff, every day. This looks, the agenda items 14, 15, 16, 17, it looks very disjointed to me. It's not giving me the complete picture of how much we're spending, what we're going to do with the $2.5 million, why, agenda item 16 and 17 is prop funding, but there's no kids involved. The whole thing just looks like, well, what's going on here? When I read through it, last night,
right,
in some detail, I'm like, what? I couldn't get it. So I'm starting to see the picture here. But, if in the future we could do something, if we could put these agenda items together in a more complete way, like maybe a synopsis at some point.
I think what should have happened last month was us separating the two while I gave the presentation, so that you could have clearly seen it as I was giving the presentation.
Right.
And then you could have approved it then. But then we found out that we have to actually separate the access from the charter school, CCPA. And so that's why we had to bring it back to you. But the presentation was done then. We didn't think we'd need to do the presentation tonight because we had that. So, but you're right. Had we done that last month, then it would have been much clearer.
Okay.
And I do think it's important to have the two funding sources separated.
Yeah.
So that was another piece that we really wanted to make that clear, and we
just
have
tell
not
me-
spent that
Tell
additional.
me generally, what are we going to do with the $2.5 million?
So we're going to work on digital media. So we have a plan for incorporating Spider Labs, which incorporates both CTE as well as the digital media pieces and the art. We're looking at some other art organizations that we are currently contracting with and looking at additional contracting. Part of it was the funding of a coordinator to do the coordination of this and to bring all those agencies together. So that's part of that, the arts and music discretionary funds. Could be instructional. It's a very broad funding.
Yeah, I sat down with Anna Lee to review that.
But I think to George's point, or Trustee Valdez's point, that if those could be line itemed for us to understand, who are you contracting with? What does that look like? What is digital? I mean, that's very broad. What's an example?
I'd like to have a presentation. I'd like to know what we're doing in the access schools for the arts. I didn't, I've toured the access schools. I didn't get the feel that we were, having theater productions or piano recitals or anything like that. So I'd like to know, so maybe as an agenda item next month, I'd like to know what we're doing in the access schools for the arts.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sure you look forward to that.
Yes.
Yes, we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure the public would like to.
Of course, yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, make sure we're on the number 16, right?
Yes,
Deborah?
yeah.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. You have that already recorded. We've had our questions. Barring no further questions, all those in favor of agenda item number 16 say aye.
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 Opposed, abstained, motion passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 17. This is funds, Prop 28 funds for our prep, college and career prep academy. May I have a motion for agenda item number 17?
So moved.
Second.
And got a motion and a second. Any questions? Barring none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to agenda item number 18, recommendation for county general counsel appointment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
If I can, just out of courtesy, I have already talked with Trustee Sparks. I was going to say assembly person. Trustee Sparks on this only because we were there.
Okay.
For all of the interviews. I think it's more appropriate.
All right.
Okay. So thank you though for thinking of making the motion.
Absolutely.
You've done a good job today.
Yep.
Yeah, every one of them. Okay.
So I'd like to move forward a motion to recommend Greg Rowland, as he has definitely rose to the top of the pool with his extensive knowledge of California code and unique understanding of Orange County needs.
And I will second that. And did you want to give your experience and the process and what happened?
I'll let you start and then I'll jump in.
Okay. So due to the great leadership of Superintendent Bean, we went through a process of bringing the community together. We had superintendents and staff a part of the process, a 2-day process. And Renee played a great role in organizing the event. We had 2 days of interviewing 4 applicants. The process was, I was advertised appropriately in the appropriate venues. And we met, was that 2 weeks ago that we met? Thursday and a Friday, and the interviews were all 4 people. And on the second day, which is a Friday, we narrowed it down to 2 people. And I thought the process was very fair.
And I'll jump in for a second.
Sure.
So we had 2 separate rooms that Dr. Bean organized, and in each room we had 2 trustees in each room for the first round of interviews, and then we also had staff members of every level in each room. And so each room had approximately 8 to 10 people, I'm trying to think, something like that. And we had superintendents from our local districts as well. And that was the first day of interviewing. And then after that, each group separately gathered and gave their recommendations of the 4 candidates, strengths, challenges, so forth. You know, mostly strengths, and who and for what reasons would the next round of candidates move forward after extensive discussion. And then that second day, Trustee Williams and I were part of that second round of interviews with the top 2 candidates. Continue.
Right. So on the second day of the interviews, I thought we saw a different perspective on each candidate. We saw the strengths and the weaknesses, and it was a whole new and different group of people. It was staff. It was 1 superintendent, and it was you and I and Renee and Dr. Bean. And the questions were quite intense. It was not a casual softball type of experience, and the 2 individuals that advanced to this round, I thought we saw a lot of good, but we saw certain individuals where their strengths were even elevated at a higher level. And from that, it was a consensus that was made by the group that we thought someone had risen to the top and showed excellence, and that person was Mr. Greg Rowland.
And very extensively risen to the top for the reasons I mentioned at the very beginning. Rose to the top of the pool because of really a deep understanding of California code, which, as you all know, who've attended our meetings, it's very vast and extensive. And so that is very important to have that very strong background in current education law. And that really was very evident. Secondly, it was very important to, I think, the team in both day 1 and day 2, that the person really understands the needs of Orange County. And that really came out from the staff as well as, really everyone at the table. And one last thing that I would point out in terms of the process, so everyone understands, the public understands, that first day of interviewing, where we were in 2 separate rooms, each person had a question. So it was very systematized questioning, and I want to thank the staff and the lead of HR. I'm blanking on her name. Gina, yes, Gina, that's right. She really prepared those questions, and it was very professionally done. And so it was really the same process for everyone. so everyone had the same, chance of rising to the top in terms of the arguments that they were presenting for why they would be the best fit for the job. The second day was more back and forth, and so to Trustee Williams' point, we were able to sort of deep dive and really have those probing questions that really helped us to understand which candidate would really be able to do the job that is required in this very complex position of lead counsel for the superintendent primarily, but also being able to understand the needs of the board. The last thing I want to say related to that is we wanted to also make sure that we were able to recommend to the superintendent the OCDE General Counsel consistent with the Education Code 35041.5, which states, quote, "The County Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools of the same county shall appoint the same legal counsel." And we were able to accomplish that. And Dr. Bean really led the charge with that and to make sure that this process was followed the way that it should be followed. And so we're really grateful that that this process was so professionally put together and that we could really, play an important role.
Right. And I'm going to give Dr. Bean an opportunity, but to my right, to our fellow board members, so this recommendation was just based upon what we saw out of the 2 days of interviews. Somebody rose to the top. And this is something that was created, this document, and it again is consistent with Education Code 35041.5. So out of respect for the board, we did make this recommendation, but I wanted to have an opportunity for my other board members to give us their opinions, even though I know Mary was there, and we're very careful not to break the Brown Act. So I wanted to give you three an opportunity.
Tim was there as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
excuse me, Tim, you were
Yeah.
there the first day.
Mhm.
So I want to give an opportunity for you three to make some statements and some comments if you want.
Sure. So, I was there the first day of interviewing. Lisa and I were in the one room together, and the four applicants who came in were all, I thought, very impressive attorneys, obviously experienced in education law, and I always hate doing this because you're looking at a great applicant and a great applicant and a great applicant and a very solid group there. But the one I have experience working with was Mr. Rowland, obviously, and I try to divorce myself from our personal familiarity with one another, and I would tend to agree. I thought he was a very strong interviewer and applicant, so I would be happy to support that.
Yes, I was there in the room with Ken, and I would agree with much of what Tim said, that they were all excellent applicants. They were there because they were all excellent, and it was a difficult choice, but I do feel that Greg stood out, and partially probably because he's been sitting in this room for 6 years, is it? And I think the familiarity was just a bonus. So in addition to being an excellent candidate, the fact that he's very familiar with this board and what goes on at the OCDE, I thought was a big bonus for Greg, or Mr. Rowland.
I would also say, if you, looking at all the resumes, if you put a masking tape on the top and didn't know who the names were, objectively, Mr. Rowland's resume and experience really ticked off all the boxes that we're looking for, which is someone who really understands California code, who's embedded and ingrained in all the complexities of the education code, which is quite daunting. And not only that, well-versed in Orange County and the issues of the Orange County Board of Education. And that was really evident.
Trustee Valdez, comments?
No comments.
No comments. Superintendent Bean, your comments?
Yeah, I have some comments. First of all, thank you for participating in such an inclusive process. I promised the community, our residents of Orange County, that any kind of process like that would be inclusive and transparent and a process. And so I appreciate how not only the board was involved, but certainly staff as well. And so the public needs to know that we had, as you said, external superintendents on those. I asked 5, 3 were able to come for the whole process. All of legal staff was there as well, because they're the most impacted by this decision, as well as other staff from cabinet to even managers. And so the result of that, the public needs to know, is that many of us didn't have a stake in the game. We didn't know the candidates, including myself. Didn't know, I knew Greg a little bit more than the other candidates, of course, but not as much as you may think. And so to sit there with over a dozen people who had both Greg and another candidate at the top 2 in the first round said a lot. And then it was, and then you go into the second round. Now, I would say that I was probably the toughest interviewer. I asked a lot of tough questions. And because I know what the staff needs and I know what our department needs. And so I would concur with this, with all of you, that Greg did rise to the top and second day. Absolutely. For me, it wasn't, I appreciated both candidates, certainly, but I think Greg clearly showed he was more fit for this job.
And consistent with our roles, the board is not the employer. You are the employer. We are presenting to you, according to the Education Code, somebody that the board will nominate and vote upon, and you make the final decision, sir.
Great, thank you. And we'll do that. We'll start negotiation.
Very good. Any other questions, comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second for Mr. Greg Rowan to be presented to the good superintendent as general counsel. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes 5-0. Very good. Let's move on to the last of our agenda items, which is item number 19. And
We have one public comment.
we have one public comment. Okay, so according to our protocol, we'll make a motion a second, and then we'll go on. Well, actually,
Public comment would come
public
first.
comment, yeah.
Yeah, protocol, Ken.
Protocol,
come
you got me, you got me. Okay, who's the public comment?
It is Galena. Will you please step up?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I wanted to speak to you about the ethnic studies today, about the curriculum that was proposed and is being implemented starting next school year. So there are certain ethnicities that are going to be covered under it. Unfortunately, we're still faced with the reality of Jewish not being recognized as an important ethnicity to be covered, or maybe simply considered to be too complicated to cover, despite the United States having the largest Jewish population outside of Israel. However, current events show us the importance of covering Jewish ethnicity in context of our contribution to the world and United States particularly, the difference between our culture and traditions versus religion, and the events that have been so detrimental to us, like Holocaust. It's a lack of biased education on this topic that helped terrorist entities penetrate our society in more recent events and brainwash our young adults. There has not been adequate education in the area of major world religions allocating equal time and importance to each without giving the most emphasis to the one that's most politically correct or relatable to a teacher presenting the subject. Also, subjects like Holocaust and world true genocide, like Armenian or Cambodian genocides, should be covered appropriately. This will ensure that our youth will know the definitions of the words like Holocaust, genocide, apartheid, and such, and not use them so inaccurately with such reprehensible laxity. I wanted to give you an example of, I know I came here before, and I really appreciate all of you for stepping in and helping us deal with the school that I was working with, Orange County School of the Arts. they had their issues, and I'm glad to report that they've listened to you, they've listened to us. We're currently working with them to make sure that their curriculum is showing these subjects appropriately, that they spend enough time talking about different religions and speaking about Holocaust. And I really hope that whatever plan we end up taking will be a good example for other schools to follow. So at this point, I urge you to keep a close eye on ethnic studies curriculum, to keep track of what is taught at school and how much time is allocated to each subject, and also, and especially important, to who is teaching these subjects. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is that the one and only public comment?
That is.
Okay, very good. So this is a recommendation by Trustee Valdez, and I think he would like to make that motion.
I make a motion to approve agenda item 19.
And I'll second that. Discussion.
Great. So to my colleagues, it was about 2 months ago that I was present at an ethnic studies presentation where there was a discussion of what is being taught throughout the state of California. I would say the presentation was maybe a half an hour. And what was presented was the Liberated Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Consortium Ethnic Studies Curriculum. So that is what was presented, and at the end of that, I kind of said, well, I guess if that's one option, we can create another. And so I completely rejected that curriculum when after I saw it. So I subsequently to that presentation, I determined that the staff here has the qualifications to actually write curriculum, which I did not know until I discovered that. And that's when I came up with the idea of, well, if we're gonna, I also determined that our access program really doesn't have an established curriculum itself. The state of California has a framework, but they do not have a fully functioning curriculum that is mandated throughout the state. So putting that all together, I said to myself, well, we have the ability to do it. We're at the forefront of everything that goes on in this state. Let's just create a curriculum here that is historically accurate. Let's use it for our access program. Let's offer it to the 28 school districts in Orange County. Let's offer it to the charter schools if they need one. And then going further, if we're going to go that far, if there is a school district throughout the state of California that wants one fully functioning, we can just email them all the materials and they have it. We could extend that to all of the United States. So we are not the employer, obviously, to my colleagues. So this is what I think we should do, in that we should ask Dr. Bean to instruct the staff to create that curriculum, and let's move forward with our vision of what an ethnic studies curriculum should look like and how it should be implemented. And that's the agenda item for tonight.
Yep.
Thank you. So I see a line in our resolution. So whereas the OCBE hereby rejects the ethnic studies curriculum offered by the Liberated Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Consortium. And just to be clear, this is the curriculum that teaches, there's a class that's the oppressors and the oppressed. Is that correct?
You know, there was a lot that was going on in that presentation that I didn't like, and I would prefer not to be, as I speak on the dais, to discuss the things that I don't like, because I like to be a positive person and I like to move things in a positive direction. But what I saw there was just unacceptable to me, and I don't think that's a vision for Orange County It's not the vision I want to be taught to my kids. That's why I just think we should be at the forefront, create our own, or have Dr. Bean with the staff create our own. I also wanted to make another comment, before or after we vote, but it's become very public news that the Santa Ana local school board has been sued for trying to create their own ethnic studies curriculum essentially in secret. Dr. Bean, if this resolution passes, I would ask that we do exactly the opposite of what the local school board is doing. We should create the curriculum. We should put it out there to any stakeholder that wants to see it for a public comment period, whatever you deem that to be appropriate. I don't know if that's 30 days, 60 days. We should receive, the public comments thoughtfully. At some point, we're going to the staff and the board is going to have to make a judgment call on what goes in and what stays out. But I would like to do the opposite of what the Santa Ana Unified School Board is accused of doing. I want to be very public in the process.
So I know we've been having the issue, we've been developing the curriculum about the Vietnamese refugee experience, right? And that's, I know we do, is this sort of along the same lines, Dr. Bean? Or, our staff has experience, I guess, in developing a particular curriculum. This isn't too far above and beyond the norm around here, right?
No.
Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, I'm fully support. I'm thrilled. I appreciate your leadership, Trustee Valdez. I think it's wonderful that we will create something that is balanced and honest and just something to bring to Orange County. And I appreciate, Dr. Bean, you collaborating with us and taking leadership as well. And I just applaud it. I think it's wonderful. Fully support.
I have a few additional thoughts to throw out there as an educator myself. And I develop curriculum all the time. I'm very much a strong advocate of academic freedom. So I am very supportive of us creating and particularly your staff and teachers, the curriculum creators, putting together something as a template for districts to use, for the access to use. But ultimately, it's a template that we hope that teachers would use as a tool. But they, in the vein of academic freedom, are going to be able to add their own flavor to such a slide deck or set of curricula. So, as one who is a very strong advocate of academic freedom, I want to say that I support the idea of providing tools and help for educators, and ultimately educators will make sort of the final decisions in their classroom, and we hope that they'll take what is being put together in the spirit of, in a good spirit, and be able to use it, but then adapt to their own flavor of teaching and so forth.
Yeah, and let me add to this conversation, as we all may or may not remember, in the spring of 2022, we had two special meetings. We have two public forums, about 14 panelists. Wen-Yin Wu, who helped us a lot to design this, played a big role in creating the final white paper that I would recommend to the good superintendent to review. We found out by the panelists in their testimony that the Liberated model was one that was not a good one, that did not have ideas and history that was consistent with what really happened. We understand that the Liberated model was very racist in its ideology, and that it did identify oppressors and oppressed. And it was all based upon neo-Marxist ideology. So that's why that statement is in there. It was brought up. The Liberated Ethnic Studies model was not good and did not teach the truth, and actually introduced a lot of anti-American and neo-Marxist ideology. I do agree that a public review would be good, and we would invite the public to review whatever is created by you, Dr. Dean. That's my comments. Any other comments before we go to vote?
The final comment I would make is whatever's put together as a toolkit, a guideline, it should be something that is available to parents to be able to use in conjunction alongside their teachers. I think that would be really show leadership on our part to provide that curriculum for parents to be able to utilize as a toolkit in their own homes as well.
Very good. Any other comments? Okay, so let's go on and vote on agenda item number 19. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Item passes 5-0. Moving on. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on with our meeting here, we do have communication. David Giordano.
Makes me want pizza every time you say that.
Italian. Giordano.
Extra accent on it.
Provide just a brief update on our Rancho Sonata project. And as you know, this is our outdoor science school that's located in the Canyon area that unfortunately burnt down. This was back in December of 2020 during the bonfire. And so, whoops. And so here's a look at the agenda for tonight. This is what I wanted to cover real briefly. Again, just to provide a quick update on the Rancho Sonata project, where we are today with that project, talk a little bit about the next steps in that project, and then wrap up with a discussion about future project updates, because we want to make sure that we keep the board updated on this project as we move forward. And so I want to start off by saying that the project is definitely not as far along as what we'd like to see at this point, which is why we did hire a project manager to help oversee completion of the project a few months ago. The project is very complex, and it does involve a number of different regulatory agencies and requirements, including review by the Department of State Architect, the DSA, the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, the California Department of Conservation and Geological Survey, CGS, the Orange County Fire Authority, the OCFA, as well as the county parks, who owns a parcel of land that's located at the project site entryway. Since early February this past year, this is when we discovered that the original master plan did not meet all of the ITO program staff requirements for the improvements. The program team has met with the ITO staff on a number of different occasions to be able to identify their specific requirements. And so during this time, the design team went to other ITO sites to view their operations. They made several visits to the Rancho Sonata site, and then they held 4 separate meetings with their ITO staff, again, to be able to determine their requirements. And then in early May, there was an updated master plan that was approved that incorporates the feedback that we received from the ITO staff on their requirements. And the project is now in what we refer to as the schematic design phase, and this is where those concept drawings are now translated into more detailed architectural and spatial design plans. And so on a side note, this was based on discussions that our project team had with the Orange County Fire Authority. The project will require a new access road, two-way access road, has to be 24 feet wide, and that will lead up to the base camp area. Additionally, we know the project's going to require the installation of at least 1 fire hydrant, and this is to be located at the main turnaround area near our multi-purpose building. That's a new building, and that's going to be up near the top of the base camp area. Regarding the California Environmental Quality Act requirements, our CEQA consultant has completed all the needed biological studies and is currently awaiting approval of the schematic design. And this is needed in order to finalize the required CEQA studies and then also complete the draft environmental impact report. It's also important to note that our soils engineer has met with the Department of State Architect, DSA, and they have determined that a California Geological Survey, CGS report, is required for this project. And currently, we're waiting dates from our soils engineer to be able to go out and do the required soils testing for that survey. We also know that our department, the Orange County Department of Ed, owns an easement for the existing site access road, and that runs through a parcel of land that's owned by the county parks. And again, that's at the project site entryway. And this easement will have to be modified for the new access road improvements that run through that county parcel of land. And so here's a look at some of the next steps in the project. After that schematic design phase is completed, the architect's can prepare a more detailed cost estimate. And then this estimate's going to be used to determine whether or not we need to make any project scope reductions to be able to stay within our project budget. And so after this work's completed, tentative project timelines for both design development, development of our construction documents, and then submittal of our DSA plans, those timelines will be brought forward to the board for consideration. And then based on feedback received from the county, this is regarding jurisdiction over the project improvements, there's still a question as to whether or not the county has any jurisdiction over this project. And so normally, school districts can be exempted from these local regulations, but it would require approval of a board resolution documenting the approval of that exemption. As a result, our staff's currently evaluating this option with the assistance of legal counsel, and will provide additional information to the board with a future update. And so that's the information that we wanted to share with you this evening. Again, we will be bringing forward additional updates for the board on this project. I promise that the next one will bring forward some pictures of the latest schematic design so you can see what the project looks like as of today. So with that, I'd like to open up to any questions.
Did you say that someone has already spoken with the county board of supervisors or county council or anyone, county CEO?
Not with
We're not at that point yet.
Not at that level, no. It was with discussions with the Orange County Fire Authority staff.
But you're saying it would require the county board of supervisors?
No.
No.
No. So for exemption on the project, that would require our board's approval of that exemption.
Oh, when you said
I'm sorry, did I say?
The county, you just got,
I'm sorry, I was referring to county jurisdiction.
I'm like, we're going to, okay.
Yeah, county jurisdiction over the project, but for us to be exempted from those county ordinances, there is a process where school districts can approve. It's a resolution basically exempting themselves from those local ordinances, and it's fairly common, and so that is something we're looking at.
I think in the past, the board has done that for 2 of our projects in years past. So we just want to make sure we have all the facts before we bring you a resolution.
Yeah, thank you very much, Renee, Dr. Bean, and David. This is one of the pet projects that we at the board care very much about. This is something, help me out here with memory. This was something that came to the board in late 1990s?
Yeah, I believe it was like 1998 or something like
Yeah,
that. Maybe it was about the early 2000s when we deeded it. But it is a long term. I think, it is an opportunity for us to reimagine the space also, right? Because it was deeded, had a very specific, really old building. So I do think that's what, Dave and the team are really working on. I think our first concept was a little grandiose maybe, and it wasn't really, when you got into the actual planning, it wasn't as feasible. And so I think the scope now is really trying to see what we can do. And there's so many agencies involved. I actually thought it would be easier than building a school, and I was very wrong, just so you know. Very wrong. It is very, very complicated with all the different agencies involved. So, and because of the fire restrictions in that area.
Right. So historically, Chip and Renee, this was land that was given to us by a philanthropist. It's given to the board. The board took control, and we have some restrictions on it, in that it has to be dedicated to the Inside the Outdoors program and environmental advancement.
Right, environmental education purposes only. So we couldn't use it to have a wedding venue or anything like that. It has to just be. But I also think in listening to the board's feedback, we did want to make sure that it could be operable for community use also. So I think that's part of the scope we're trying to make sure of it, not just for our program, but is there something that could be available for the community also? And so you'll see some of the future plans where, the program says, well, I'm not sure we need that. And we're saying, well, but for community purposes, we may.
Right.
And so I think that's been a little bit different than what we've had in the past.
When do you plan to bring the schematics?
He has like some preliminary ones. I think that's what Dave is hammering our architect pretty heavy right now.
Yes, we are. We are.
Yeah, so when they're ready, we would enjoy it. Thank you for this presentation. This is really important for us. Okay, moving on. Our good superintendent, Dr. Bean.
All right.
You have the floor, sir.
You've all been so patient, so I'll try to get through these updates quickly. I do appreciate the opportunity to actually be able to give updates of what our staff is doing each month. There are a few things I wanted to highlight this time around, and that is we just held our second annual School-Based Mental Health Summit. It was well attended. Last year we had 100 people attend. This year 400.
Wow.
That's 4x growth. That's pretty amazing. And they include administrators, clinical staff, school counselors. Also, it was great to have Dr. Eaton there. Based on your guys' recommendation last month, we got him in, and they were very pleased with the summit. Included with that, it was just, it was funded by Cal Optima through the Student Behavioral Health Initiative Program. And so we were pleased that they were able to provide those financial resources for us. Just some of the data, though, in terms of how our participants experienced the event, 99% agreed the content was relevant. 99% found the content aligned with current trends and best practices and standards. And then 98% felt that they could apply what they learned through the summit, which is great. Here are some quotes. Best conference I've attended with actionable sessions. I learned concrete ways to help students that I can immediately implement. So very happy about the results of the Health Summit. And then I wanted to share with you, we are very excited that our own team has been nominated for the CSBA Golden Bell Award nomination. I don't know, well, they're usually back there in the, the translation booth, but they're not there tonight. But for our language services team. And so we'll be hearing soon in September the site validation meeting, and then in December we'll hear. But I think we'll have a very good chance of getting that. And that just again is a great example of how well our teams work for in service of our community. And so our department understands the need to really give access to all of our constituents in the County of Orange. This is how they do it. And then this summer, when I came on board the very first week, I had opportunity to go to the MTSS conference, MTSS PLI conference. I wanted to share with you some of the results of that as well. We had over 3,000 registered participants attend. Bless you. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
Over 3,000 registered participants. And here are their survey results. 99% were pleased with topics presented.
There's always that 1%.
I know. I don't know who that is.
Never get there.
And mind you, really, we want 80% or above. So 99% is pretty amazing. 97% agreed that the information provided was relevant. 90% plan on attending next year. So we have one more year with the grant, and we're going to knock it out of the ballpark so that we can continue doing this MTSS PLI. And then 97% plan on encouraging other colleagues to attend. Awesome comments that really help us to actually plan for the next year's one. I would love to see more academic focused sessions to complement the SEL. And it was transformative, the most useful conference I have attended. So I know I spoke with the team this past week. As we plan, we really want that third leg of the three-legged stool of MTSS, academics, SEL, behavior supports, right? So we really want to up our game on the academic piece. And then I'm just really proud of our Connections program. Connections, we've opened up 2 new classrooms to serve deaf with disability students. We are also excited to continue our rightful presence work with the Swift Center in collaboration with Anaheim Elementary School District and our Connections at Maine Elementary program. And then our theme for this year is exactly what you see up here, the great outdoors, and all the site gardens are being renovated, and a new garden is being developed at Connections at Riley and Mission Viejo. If you had a chance, next time, if you want a tour, I believe this is the North Harbor Learning Center. I went and I saw amazing garden. And what they actually do is they take the produce from there and then they sell it at their own farmer's market. The students do. And so it's just wonderful, wonderful opportunity for our connection students. So those are things I'm really proud that our staff does. Now let's just give you an update of my 100-day plan. So I'm in day about 50, halfway there of my 100-day plan. And these are things that have occurred already. General counsel, after tonight, will be hired. We'll negotiate that and hire the general counsel. I want to make a wonderful announcement, update on the chief of staff. We have, again, we went through a process, very open, inclusive process of panels from all over the department, and we have all come to consensus that we would hire our very own Dennis Cole. Dennis?
Hey, Dennis.
To be our next, or to be the new chief of staff. And just understand, San Diego County has a chief of staff, Lakewood has a chief of staff, and so now we have a chief of staff.
Yay.
Okay? Also, what's that?
Good pick.
Yes, excellent pick. Also, in the first 50 days, I've met with 25 of 28 superintendents, one-on-one.
Wow.
Very intimate setting.
Awesome.
And very positive, very positive conversations we've had. And they're always impressed with the support that the staff provides them. So we will continue providing those support and services to our 28 districts. And then finally, I have met a majority of the staff. I would say probably, I don't know, almost 65, 70% of our staff. Just being around, making welcoming remarks, being at events, and such a great staff. You just need to know that. And then I've held multiple collaborative meetings with staff, meaning that, you know, the way I lead is lead from the heart. That means that we care for our staff, but we also include them in decision-making process because they're the most affected by it. When you do those two things, you're leading from the heart. And so including them would be in these collaborative meetings where we bring teams together from divisions and units to make decisions. We don't just do it at the top level. So that's been received very well, and we'll continue to do that. So that's the first 100 days, and I just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to be part of this amazing team here. So thank you.
Well, and thank you because we have also, or I have received lovely emails about you and your leadership from the staff here, just how you're amazing. It's the first time they ever spent time with a leader. Also have received emails from the community. So thank you for your leadership. And
my pleasure. Thank you.
I would echo that.
Thank you.
Great pick on Dennis Cole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Solid B plus.
I'll give you 99%.
Right.
That's right.
And let me just finally say, I love the duality of your personality. You can be the nicest guy in the world, but the way you directed questions at Mr. Greg Rowland a couple Fridays ago, you were tough as hell.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay. Moving on, Deputy Superintendent.
All right, the only thing I have for you is that we have, our next board meeting is October 9th. That's the second Wednesday because of the holiday. And then your submission deadline will be September 25th with the packets delivered on October 4th.
Very, very good. Legislative updates. Tim and I think Mary, you were on the federal level. I don't know if you got together and talked, but if you're not prepared to.
No, I don't think we have an update quite yet. I think we will.
I think we're talking about going to Washington, D.C. again, the two of us.
Okay.
In December to meet with, our congressional delegation in their offices and maybe even people from the U.S. Department of Education like we did last time. So that's being talked about and setting our agenda for that.
Okay.
And I believe also that they will be out here in October. So
Okay.
if anybody would like to meet with them.
Okay. Any committee reports? Board member comments? Mr. Valdez.
So I guess over the last week or so, there's some matter of concern in the Orange Unified School District. I was contacted by several parents, several teachers in Orange. Not sure why they contacted me, Ken, but because I only have a small sliver of Orange and you have the vast majority of Orange. But they contacted me very upset about the Orange City Council canceling all the crossing guards in Orange. I have one teacher who told me directly that her kids have to cross Tustin Avenue at Meets, which is the cross street, and the only people there now are parents. So that situation is alarming to me. I have a small percentage of Orange. So my plan right now is to appear at the Orange City Council meeting on Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Dr. Williams, I'm going to formally invite you, if you like, to join me, since you have the vast majority of Orange and I only have a small portion of it. This matter is of critical importance, I believe, in my view. We are putting kids in harm's way. It is a government failure to not have those crossing guards and ensure our kids' safety as they attend school. So anybody else that wants to come, please feel free, but I will specifically invite Dr. Williams because Orange is his area.
And I will be there. Meets in Tustin is not a place you want your child to cross the street. It's very, very busy. Any other board member comments? Okay, we do.
I would just like to say is I really appreciate just the collaboration, the transparency, and everything I see going on in the department and with the board, and it's a real pleasure. So.
I had one thing jump to my mind during the presentation from Springs. They mentioned the English language learners, and I recalled anecdotally hearing from someone years ago. They said that in their experience they had a child who was tagged as an English language learner, and they had really learned English and this kid's walking around speaking English very well, but they never got unclassified as an English language learner. That making that jump into just their English, fluency or whatever, leaving the ELL designation behind was, for some reason, ridiculously difficult. So maybe someone could tell me at some point offline what that process looks like, and maybe I anecdotally heard something that's not completely correct, but it did spark that in my mind when hearing about that. And I just wanted to extend a what? Are you waving at me? Oh. Okay, maybe you're doing something else to me. I was just going to say to Greg, careful what you ask for, you just might get it. So one of my favorite sayings, but it's been a pleasure having you as our board's attorney, and hopefully this negotiation works out, and we're sure proud to have you, Ron.
Lisa. Yeah, I hope this negotiation works out. We're going to save the county a bunch of money.
Very good.
That's good.
We have a report out, and board clerk, Trustee Valdez, is going to report out from closed session.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so on closed session item agenda 1, we had a conference with our council, and we gave explicit direction on the budget litigation. On closed session item 4, which is the lawsuit where we joined Chino Valley, we took comments from our attorney as to status, and there was no action taken or direction given by the board.
Correct. And the same with the general counsel. We had advice and no action was taken, and as well as SB 907 advice and no action was taken.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the report out. Any other issues, questions? Barring none, May I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
So moved. We are adjourned.